Hello, old-timers and newcomers. I am keen for this to be over. I am so tired. This is StarRupture. You might remember I played the, I think, demo of this game a couple of months ago. And since then, the game has left the demo stage and entered early access, currently at 0.2, 0.3, point blah 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 s. And in the past month, I have played it for 100 hours. That's how obsessed I've grown with this game. I would wake up, play, go to sleep, play. And eventually it started feeling a bit like a psychic parasite. In the best way, mind you, but all the same, a psychic parasite. I was devoting all thought and feeling and commitment to anything to this game. I tried uninstalling it. It helped a little bit for 4 days. Then I installed it again and I had to continue. But you know what? I believe I have finally reached a stage where once I reach this arbitrary goal, then I can walk away from it and start living my life again. The small as my life may be. Currently, we sit at 181 hours and 35 minutes. 30 of these hours have been since, well, yesterday, because I she's you niche. I've been up for 36 hours specifically because I want this to be over. I want to reach that stage where I can move on. It is a great game. I love this game. I love this more than I did Satisfactory. And I thought I'd talk a little bit about it as I work towards that end. I will address the slow loading times, by the way. Okay, so what is this arbitrary end that I have put to this game? Well,
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
The game does not let you rest, by the way. That's one of the reasons it's so engaging. Okay, this is a recipe station, which has nothing to do with cooking. It's where the various, well, recipes, for lack of a better word, are unlocked for the various machinery within the game. I have unlocked everything for the basic item printer, which is, I think, just 3 items. Yeah. And I've unlocked everything for the smelter, which is 1 calcium block. Okay. Now, I've unlocked everything for the fabricator, which is all of that. I've unlocked everything for the furnace, which is all of that. I've unlocked everything for the Mega Press, which is all of that. I've unlocked everything for the Pressurizer, which is not much. The Pyroforge, also not much, I remember. The Assembler, all of that. And the Compounder. of that.
Rupture's eruption has started. Prepare for impact. StarRupture has started. Hide.
And of course you freeze right there when it's starting to get huge. Give it a few seconds. There we are.
Warning. Extreme temperature detected.
Right, so what that was, in case you don't remember or aren't familiar with the game at all, every, I think, 30 to 45 minutes, maybe every 40 to 50 minutes, not sure, something like that, the sun, the star that this moon we are on orbits around. Actually, is it a moon or... I am a bit confused on the lore. Sometimes they talk about a moon, sometimes it's a planet. But yeah, I don't know. Whatever. Every few minutes, the sun sends out this shockwave of energy that purges all life from the planet. But life has also developed in such a way that it just regenerates over and over again across a few minute period. What this means is unless the factory that you create is properly shielded,
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
it freezes up until the planet is returned entirely to its natural stage, which I think takes 5 to 10 minutes. Now, this specific factory is bigger than the cooling tower can process. No? Wait a minute. Is it? Yeah, it is. If I'd upgraded the cooling tower accordingly, then all of this would have cooled down already and everything would have returned to normal. And this is one of the major issues, or one of the major hurdles with the game, I should say. That the machinery just stops every now and again. You want your machinery to be as effective as possible, so you want it to remain operational for as long as possible. But Raptura does not give you that option. Okay, yeah, so arbitrary goal I was talking about. The one piece of machinery that I have... actually, I'll address this first. Where is it? Oh, I'm at the right place. There. If we look at the corporate terminal... There. The game is all about policing these 5 major corporations. And the way you do this is by sending them either sending them materials that you create from the environment, or by sending them research data which you gather by analyzing various parts of the environment. And for everything that you analyze, you unlock more things. First, it's very, very basic things like medicines or an LEM station that's basically upgrading your body. And little by little you upgrade more and more and more. Now, I have reached a stage where pretty much everything that I can upgrade is just well, tokens, for lack of a better word. The quartz, it can be used to help you upgrade various recipes, but I'm at a stage where I have all the recipes I could possibly want. And The Great Shield Giver LEM increases max shield by 40. That would actually be useful, but again, it's for the experience, and it makes the experience of playing a little bit easier, but I have reached a stage where at this level of early access, I pretty much I don't need it. Wait a minute. Chemical generator. An advanced power generator. For a second I thought it was something that would, you know, create more chemicals. I thought it was a piece of machinery that I didn't have yet. And a multi-storage, not entirely necessary. But if we return to here, to the Selenian Corporation, all I have left to create is the facturer, or facturer. And as I work towards that final goal now, I want to take you on this journey of experiencing StarRupture with me. One of the major things that I think separates StarRupture from Satisfactory is how freaking enormous it is. But more than that, it's how freaking enormous it feels. First of all, most of Satisfactory, I think it's fair to say, even the desert landscape, it feels... I think it's unfair to say it feels small, but compared to this, it feels small. Because almost nothing in Satisfactory have these kind of open spaces. I think even the desert is full of billowing waves of sand. Dunes is what I'm thinking of. So you never feel as if you're in an all that big of a space, but StarRupture actually gives you that feeling, first of all. But more than that, just the sheer physical scale of it is much larger. Now, I have not explored everything. Like I said, this game was taking over my life for quite a bit, and I have been exploring mostly around here and here and here and here. These outlines going around, that is me looking up where various recipe blueprints are on the map and just moving straight towards it, because what keeps the game engaging for me is the constant upgrading needing to be done with the factory, or as in my case, factories. I am a very big fan of spread specialized production. I like satellite factories, and the way you achieve that in StarRupture is by first and foremost creating one of these base cores and then building a factory out from underneath it. But then you create a power source, and if you want, you can create a building, a habitat to keep you safe for when the star decides to try cooking everything on the planet and you along with it. And then you build the factory around that. However, the only real way to do this is by unlocking the cargo receivers and the cargo dispatchers. What they do on an engineering level is actually pretty damn genius for how relatively effective it is. What they do is if we start with the dispatcher, they launch the materials created up into orbit, and then they come down into the cargo receivers, which then spreads it out across the factory. You start with one of the base resources. If I first and foremost lower the temperature here, and then lower the temperature on the wind turbine, so I get some power there, we can shift to the first place that you start out on the map, which is at a rich resource node of titanium and wolfram, sitting pretty much next to each other. There. And it loads in. Oh! And this is one of the other problems that you face in StarRupture. The constant threat of energy-consuming aliens simply called vermin. When you upgrade a base core, it's basically a signal that attracts them to that base at random and usually inconvenient times.
Monolith activity detected.
Now, the vermin exist as just a part of the natural ecosystem of the planet, but when
Raptura is in its stable stage. The planet of Arcadia is returning to normal.
If you leave the base core vanilla, if you don't upgrade it,
of nearby monolith,
then they pretty much never attack. They might stumble across it and then you'll have to deal with them, but this is a targeted attack from one of the various monoliths in the environment, and this doesn't happen until you upgrade a base for the first time. And that can be really annoying early in the game, so I don't really recommend doing it. Unless you have also unlocked the various gun towers. Actually, I say various. There are two types of sentry towers. One general, small, little thing that you have to constantly feed with ammunition yourself as it depletes. However, I have come far enough into the game to create these defense towers that are constantly fed bullets, which I create in another factory and send up into the atmosphere, and then the ammunition comes down here in the dispatcher. Let's see, here is a delivery now. There. So it's not nearly as much of a bother as it used to be. Okay, where are the last ones? The few stragglers. Where are they? Not to say that this is a game-breaking mechanic by any means, because I don't know how randomly generated their actions are. I don't know if the devs have programmed in strategies for these things, or artificial intelligence, or what. But every now and again, they manage to figure out how to either bypass the targeting areas for the towers, or just in sheer freaking numbers overwhelm.
The base has been protected.
Overwhelm the defenses and still reach the base core. Now, what the vermin do is they consume electricity. They start attacking the various machinery, and they infect it with, well, some kind of, I don't know if it's a fungus or whatever. that drains the energy from the environment and stalls the machinery. And then when they reach the base core and attack that, when they manage to infect a base core, it will release a massive cloud of energy-consuming particles that, well, just drains everything in a, I think, 25 relative square space from the base of the tower. And creating these extremely dangerous areas where none of the factories work, but more than that, the shielding that you have doesn't work either. So it becomes twice as dangerous. Oh. It becomes twice as dangerous to be in that area. However, that's not to say that once the core is infected, you're fucked. If you can get close enough and take out I know what they're called. I'm trying to think of how many there are, and it varies. If you manage to get close enough to an infected core and take out the various pupillae, tumors, zits, I don't know. They create these huge glowing blue things that perpetuates the cycle, feeding off the energy in the tower and so on. If you manage to take those out, then not only will the cloud almost immediately dissipate, but the vermin will also die en masse within that area. So it's a very nice balance between risk, reward, and convenience for you as the player, which again keeps it very engaging. It's a chore, but it's a chore that's fun. And it's a chore that, while initially hard, also is very rewarding to finish. In that sense, the game reminds a lot of Satisfactory. Except for the... In Satisfactory, you don't really need to engage with hostility with the environment. I think you can even turn off enemy aggression, or tune it up if you want to, in Satisfactory. You don't need to defend anything. You don't need weapons in that game. You can just be there to create and optimize and effectivize. Effectivize? Is that a word? But yeah, you can just be there to be creative. StarRupture forces you to engage with the game much more. Okay, so back to what I was saying about the dispatchers and receivers. This here is a titanium node, which is for reasons I don't fully understand, the game chooses to distance itself from convenient materials and instead utilizes analogs of those materials. So instead of iron or steel, we have these pockets of titanium that we have to mine first thing, which is the most basic building material. And instead of copper, we have these pockets of wolfram, which, if you don't know the word, it's tungsten. I have no idea why we are replacing copper with tungsten. I think in real life, I can only speak as a welder. Tungsten can conduct a current, and it can be really, really tough. And of course, as we all know, it's freaking heavy. But you also in order for it to transfer energy, you need to keep it in a an inactive gas, and like, I think I'm correct in saying argon, but I may be wrong about that. And if you don't, it will rust as electricity washes through it. So yeah, I don't know why we're using it. But I will say, for a nerdy perspective, as a Swede, it really, really pleases me to see it called Wolfram in the game. Do you know why? Because tungsten is Swedish for heavy stone. And it bothers me to no end that in Sweden we say Wolfram and everyone else in the world says tungsten. But why? Why? Just why? Why? It's like heck as if it's like Sweden is the only ones that recognize that tungsten is a really, really stupid name, and Wolfram makes it a little bit more serious sounding. But back to the game. Up to a point, you can refine these materials to, I think, 4 different shapes. First off is the basic Wolfram ore, which you just take out of the ground. Then there is the bars, which can be Wolfram, or they can be tungsten, or they can be titanium. And that is further refined into wire, into plating, and into powder. From this initial base factory, these materials are shot elsewhere using the cargo dispatcher to another small satellite factory, which is focused on doing one thing, putting all those pieces together into a new thing, which again then is dispatched up into orbit to another factory that will further refine them, or combine them, or mount them, assemble them into new parts. And if we go back to what I showed you earlier about that long list of recipes, that creates a lot of small factories spread out all across the environment. And let's go back to that again. Look at how freaking massive this place is. And by the way, it doesn't stop at the horizon. It doesn't stop at these mountains. It doesn't stop near the engine. Actually, in the initial game, it does. You have to access the engine, the planet engine, the environment engine, I can't remember what it's called, but that giant piece of machinery back there, you need to access that and activate it in order to push away cosmic radiation from a larger area that will allow you to access more things, more blueprints, more resource nodes, more everything. And no matter how you play the game, which I'll address how I specifically play the game, no matter how you play the game, all of that is necessary to unlock further machinery, further blueprints, further recipes. All of that is necessary. So even if you don't want to create these massive hyper factories, or if you want to farm every material, or if you want to create the most advanced parts at 480 parts per minute, no matter how you want to do it, you still need to engage with the environment, you still need to engage with the game to keep furthering the ultimate goal. Satisfactory by comparison is, I would say, lazy, or rather it's a lot more freeing. It doesn't really challenge you beyond the scope of your creativity. This game forces you to adapt to the circumstance, to to Bear Grylls it and explore more. But again, back to how I specifically play the game. I like efficiency. I don't like overt consumption, which is weird if you take one look at me, because I'm clearly all about consumption in real life. Poor joke, made me sick. But aside from a couple of nodes of I think calcium, wolfram, titanium, and what's the last one? Sulfur. I pretty much have just stuck with the first few nodes of resources. And that is for a very good reason. I'm not being stupid about it. You see, when you optimize your factory enough, it takes very little time for it to reach a point where all of the what are these called? Where all of the storage depots are full and the machinery stops. So what I do instead is I set up this network of dispatchers and receivers to send this material elsewhere to smaller factories elsewhere. That way, again, as they are optimized, they fill up very quickly, and the machinery stalls in 2 different factories now again. So while one factory works, I start work at another factory, which, as the first factory is finished, I finish that one, then move on to a new factory, let these factories work, and it's I'm trying to think of the specific mathematical term. It's 2 becoming 4, becoming 8, becoming 56. It just goes on like that. So while one layer of factories work, while one factory is done, I'll work on another factory. Those factories get done. I'll work on another factory. Those factories get finished. And then I take what's done in those factories, carry it on, and so forth. That way, I can make my factories relatively small, yet produce all the time, need to move on all the time, and constantly explore all of the time. I have the potential to tap every resource node I come across. I have the option to make these absolutely massive factories that would cover the entire landscape and do everything, but with my experience from Satisfactory, I really freaking hate the spaghetti that is created when this is done. And that is why I like the satellite factories. They are relatively neat, they don't take up much space, they produce much but only as necessary, and they exist pretty much to just optimize, to just progress the game as smoothly as possible. That's the way I like to play it. And when you have unlocked the dispatchers and the dispatchers and the receivers, not to mention, oh, it's right here, the teleporters, it becomes so ridiculously addictive that there is no word for it. Everything becomes so much easier to change and optimize at small levels. You don't have to tear down entire mega structures to create, to make your factories as efficient as possible. You don't need to do any of that. You can just create these small, little, beautiful things that are easily created, easily changed, easily worked with. It is beautiful. I am very much singing my praises for how I specifically play this game. Yeah, sorry about that. The flip side to this progress, to this system, is as you create more advanced parts, they need more materials, needing more, which means that they need more materials, and they are just creating parts that will need more materials, even, yeah. Well, you see the issue. This allows one factory to work until it can't work anymore, and then I can just add another dispatcher to it to create and to draw from it to another factory. That way, and initially this works fine. However, as you create more levels of manufacture, you also create more need for parts. So one level of factory can be completely sucked dry in perpetuity for very, very long, until the second layer is saturated, basically, and then it can start filling up again. But as all of that is happening, I'm building the next level of factories to suck up everything that has been saturating the smaller factories, and then those need to be saturated again by the smaller factories, and basically I'm feeding this massive beast of a machine on very, very little scraps. That is the issue with doing it the way I am. And initially, it's not a problem. 2-3 levels doesn't really become an issue. But as more levels are unlocked, and as I unlock more machinery, I need more parts from more levels in various ways. And I need more parts from more levels, from all levels, I should say, not just the level immediately beneath the former level. Some of the most advanced machinery still needs basic, pure, unrefined titanium ore, and as well as they need epoxy, which has been refined, I think, 2 or 3 levels. So yeah, as the many small satellite factories, as I create more small satellite factories, I also create a bigger and hungrier monster. This feels like a metaphor for something, but I can't really be sure what. Whatever. So what I was saying about the teleporters, they make this so convenient. Because there's no real limit to how many teleporters you can use. Meaning you can create teleporters to every single small satellite factory. I keep saying you can. It's how I do it. And it's not the specific way of doing it. It's how I do it. And as you can see, there are quite a lot of these many small factories that create specific things that other factories will need. And that brings me back to where I was going first thing, which is my first ever use of the constructorizer.
Necesito agua.
Shut up. First and foremost, let's see what the constructorizer has available to do. All I can do is scaffolding at this early stage, but in this video we are going to create all of these. We are going to unlock all of these, and that will allow me to address one other thing. This will be the longest video I have done so far. I'm not kidding when I said I've been up for 36 hours. I think this may be... I've taken 2 one-hour naps, and as I finally unlocked the constructorizer and having unlocked everything else beneath it, I took I think 4-hour nap, but more or less I've been up for 36 hours and I'm probably going to be up for 48. Please stay with me. But yeah, the reason I wanted to unlock everything, to have the most major parts of all the other factories be saturated and full and ready, is for this to be as smooth as possible, and still I'm pretty sure this will take a few hours, which will give me plenty of time to give my overall impression of this game. Because I tell you again, I want to finish it. But just so I can move on and look back, yeah, that was fantastic. And the game is in early access, so things will change. But this way I can return to it at a later date and either have all the materials I will need to experience the new content immediately, or I will have gotten enough of an impression to maybe not be as addicted to it in whatever second iteration of this game I get. Now let's take a look at scaffolding. These confused me for a second. What these symbols mean is in 10 seconds, one piece of scaffolding is created. And now it's time to do math. Personally, I like to have all of my factories produce one piece, one product every second of the minute. So I want at least 60 products produced per minute. So to create, for one part to take 10 seconds, I would need 10 factories creating 10 parts in 10 seconds to create 60 parts per minute. By itself, that isn't too much of an ask, but remember the StarRupture. Remember Ruptura. Remember the star blasting us with radiation now and again. This is my immediate first factory, which is relatively small. It stretches from about the miner you see back there in the distance to those dispatchers over there. This base core, which I have upgraded, I think, let's see, I've upgraded it, oh, it's only on level 2, I've only upgraded it once. It can't cool everything in this area, and that's why it will take a while every time these Raptura ruptures for it to get back up and running. Bigger machinery, more machinery, means more power, meaning which creates more units of heat. I'm not entirely sure what units these are. They just say one base core is capable of cooling 1,000 points of heat. And the upgraded core to level 2 can cool 2,500 points of energy. If we... let's go somewhere else. But first let's take this down. I am...
Necesito agua.
Shut up. I am quite resource effective. Let's see, where is it? Let's go to goethite spring. Now, I don't know if goethite is a material invented for this game, but I've never heard of it. This is my most advanced core, and yeah, visually the cores don't change. And also, the area that they protect, it doesn't grow. It's just a 25 squares in every direction cube surrounding the factory that is protected by the cooling. But this is my most advanced tower. It is at level 4. It has 6,000 points of energy, and this place is consuming... Huh. What did I create to... Because I remember reaching level 4, and then everything was cooled even though this place is so freaking big. Sorry, not big, but crowded. Well, never mind. I have been playing for 36 hours. Leave me alone. I guess we'll have to wait for the next Raptura eruption to see what bases I still have that are actually cooled. Now, let's... oh yeah. About these saving times. Plenty of mini factories creating many parts that are shot up and descended from the atmosphere all the damn time in the game across... I dare say I have covered an area that is larger than all of Satisfactory's landmass. The more stuff you build, the more graphically challenging it is for the game, for the computer to keep up. When you start out, you don't notice the save times. They are that minuscule. But as you create more and more, the performance will be affected a little bit, which also explains why some of the machinery animates kind of jankily. Like, the security towers, they look fine, but I think these things are moving at maybe 12 frames a second or even less. And same with these things. think I was saying something, but I may have been saying all I needed. I'm not sure. But let's finally get on with the game. Now, I like to utilize space. So let's find the most recent outpost I have made, which is the sulfur reserve. No, let's not go there. Let's go to the plastic dust factory. I have no idea why we need plastic dust, but apparently we need plastic dust for something. But yeah, again, I can't stress how convenient the teleporters are, because look how far away the engine is already. The valley that we came from, it is beyond that mountain, and further still. You have to go down that valley and just keep on going this way, all the way back here, to reach where we came from. This game is... I can't stress how massive this game is. But more than that, just how massive it feels. So yeah, the dispatchers and receivers and the teleporter, they are game-breakingly good items that allows you to expand so far, so fast. It is a beautiful thing to see. But now, let's find somewhere I can start my first constructorizer factory. Now, the base cores, I'm
weathering.
Oh, shut up.
Necesito agua.
The base cores, their areas of influence can overlap, but they can't be immediately inside each other's areas. I'll give you an example. All of these white lines that you see here, these are the various the radiuses of these various towers. Now you see that red line moving in the background. When I move this one, that is this tower's area of influence. As you can see, I can't build inside of another tower's area of influence, but if we move this way where there appears to be no tower, just enjoy the pretty music. Here. If I were to place it here, the area of influence would still extend into the other's area of influence, while the base core remains outside of it. Now let's go somewhere where I won't be immediately destroying resources. Not that you actually can destroy resources in this game. It is one of the most... It is another thing that separates it from Satisfactory. I say you can't, you have to create a small piece of specialized equipment that will break the resources down into their constituent parts. But they're specific, I dare say, new constituent parts that no other thing utilizes. In Satisfactory, you can just take everything you've created and put it into a trash bin and it'll be gone. It'll be done with. You can't do that in StarRupture. It is an inconvenience, but I dare say it's a engaging inconvenience. It's one of the things that makes the game in my case, I think even more addictive. It makes it harder, but in a way that also makes sense. It's all about figuring out how to overcome. Okay, so we have a base core, we have a teleporter, let's have a little bit of energy. Now, I haven't tried building massive factories. These small satellite factories, they are my go-to. So I am very curious to see or hear from other people who have built factories that covers this entire area. If my game is running smoother than theirs, or if they are running smoother than mine. I'm not really sure. I don't know if the dispatching and receiving is what drains so much energy, or the small pieces on a large area, or you'll have a massive piece in one area that I don't know what will be more draining. Or if there's any noticeable effect at all. That's another option. Here we go. We have a constructorizer, and we are going to need 10 of them. Let's see. Okay. Okay, I think I know what to do. Let's create a V formation, shall we? If I make a straight line, it'll move outside the tower's area of influence, which I can solve by creating another tower next to it, but I'd rather keep it inside the containment of one tower. Now let's move this meteorite. The meteors, they come down every single time there is a StarRupture. But the devs are kind enough to not have... the devs have been kind enough to not let them come down on top of factories, so you have to clear them out all the time. They just strike the environment. That is a quality of life thing that I do appreciate. Let's see, 1, 2...
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
3, 4... 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And... oh! Not enough resources. Another reason why the teleporter is so convenient. But before I do that... now, I use 2 kinds of base material. One is this white, very, very basic material, and the other... I have no options here. Is this orange material, which is only achieved later in game. There we are. We have a habitat, and I'm going to cheese this a little bit by dismantling all of this again, and there's a good reason for it. If you check the base core, I am exceeding the overheat level. But if, since I'm just breaking out... oh god damn it, the vermin are here. There. Okay, it was just those 2, that's good. Now, this will cool down so much quicker, which is good because when the warning turns orange, yeah, you don't have a lot of time anymore. Let's have a look at the pretty light show.
Ruptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
This, by the way, even this far in, even with the lag of the game, even with all of that, this is one of the most epic things I have seen in any game. When I see the massive clouds rolling towards me, when I hear it breaking the materials, I do wish that for your sake that, and then that wall of fire coming at me. Even 180 hours in, that still amazes me. It still looks so damn good. It still thrills me. I really, really like it. Now, we just wait for the temperature to lessen. By the way, another way you can cheese the game. As you're standing inside the airlock, you are counted as being inside the habitat. So even with the door open, you won't take any damage. Potentially, you can use this to create a habitat and just run to the open airlock and hide in here. You don't actually need to be inside to go away from the heat. But if you exit too early, heat, 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 hurt, hurt, hurt. But what's hurt is the shield.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
There we are, cooling. Look how fast the red of it all vanishes. What was that? 15? 20 seconds? Okay, so this allows us enough time to finish this factory. Putting these out again. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait a minute. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. And that's it. Also, while the planet is in this desolate stage, there will be no vermin to worry about either. So that is a lovely thing. Another inconvenience is when the base core is overheated, you can't build anything inside of it, which is another reason I cheesed the game the way I just did by removing too much machinery for it to handle. I still have 160 of these specialized materials, so let's put you down. There we are. And now let's return, or at least get as close as possible to titanium spring is cooled down. Interesting. Okay. Maybe it's because it's overlapping with a weaker base that it says it can't cool enough. See? 24, 46. Or maybe... No, now I get it, The other tower is on a lower level than the base core, than this base core. So when that tower overheats, the machinery inside of its radius consume, it's only tied to that tower, basically. So even though parts of its machinery are inside this area of influence, this doesn't get affected. And about here is where the line goes, apparently. No? Oh, it's over here. Here is about where the line goes. That tower is too weak to cool all of this. So even though it said this was overburdened, it still manages to cool everything inside of it. Did I make sense? I'm not sure. But yeah. So, here's another thing. These base materials, you have to build them yourself, but I have set up factories to do so. This factory, I don't even remember what it is, but this factory is over there, actually. Intermediate building material.
Ah, gotcha.
Now, this symbol here means that this dispatcher is overheated and can't work. But there was a stock inside of the receiver that is currently pouring out of it and into the storage depot. So the factory isn't working even though it shouldn't be. There was just a build-up, a reservoir. It was saturated, as I keep calling it. Moving down. Huh. Conveniently, heat shields is not overheated. Ain't that nifty? So. This area is... Oh yeah, I need one. There we are. Another thing you may have noticed is... Okay, so let's see. I have 6 constructivizers. And 3 towers is not enough to fuel all of that. So how about I create 7 towers? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Currently at 3750 points of core overheating. So you may be wondering why I'm not just upgrading the core. Well, that is because of the materials utilized. Most of the materials in this game... Oh. The habitat was a bit inconveniently placed, so let's move it. The materials to upgrade the core are a bit inconvenient, because while almost all materials in the game can be mined, those specific materials can't. Another thing that keeps you that forces you to engage with the game even more. Let's see. 1, 2. The game doesn't allow you to put all responsibility away and let it play for you. I've never noticed these things make sounds before. It's kind of creepy. Let's see. We have 5 here. Yes. A scaffolding recipe available. And there are a few quality of life changes that I don't... A lot of the quality of life things, like having to go ahead and forage the specific materials necessary to upgrade the base cores, that is an inconvenience that I actually appreciate, because it allows you to choose. Will you go that extra mile and forage everything for it to for the game to play itself, or will you try to be clever and work around it? And there are other ways than upgrading the cores to give them more heat and to give them more energy units to speak of, which I'll get to later. But there are quality of life changes that I wish they would make. Like, Satisfactory allows you to copy settings from one factory and paste it in here. StarRupture does not allow you to do that. You have to set up each piece of machinery individually, and it can get pretty damn tedious. Teleporter here. Oh, right. It's scaffolding, right? Yes. So I don't forget. Another quality of life change I wish they would make is, maybe it's possible, but if it is, I haven't found the means for it. You have to go in and choose the specific rail that you want to create from the machinery, and you can't switch between the different types with a button push the way you can in Satisfactory. And that gets tedious when it is possible to do this, create these little towers for the railing to hang from.
Ruptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
But you can't do the same with a railway connector, which is really inconvenient, since both the feed and the output need to be connected to the various machines. They need to be in circuit with each other. So again, this over and over and over in perpetuity for hundreds of machinery. So it does hit a good balance between the game playing for you and the game forcing you to engage. At least I think so. But I really do wish that this specific thing could be optimized. And I really hope the devs do. Let's see. I will... How about I do this? Where are you? There. No, not there. There. I'm bat as a blind. And time to do math again. One part is produced every 10 seconds. That is 6 parts per minute. The rails can transfer objects at 120, 240, and 480
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
parts per minute. So, just to make it a little bit more inconvenient for myself, I like to connect the most appropriate rail between the most appropriate points. So I will connect all of these with level 1 rails, and between them I will put level 3 rails. This isn't actually necessary, it just makes me feel good to watch them take off speeding down at 1,000,000 miles an hour. Normally I would cover up these holes in the walkway, for lack of a better word. But considering I want to make this as fast as possible, I'm just going to leave them alone for now. This will be functional, not appealing. Which is a mentality I hate in every other instance. Why am I doing this to myself? Okay. Starting with Uber filament. There we are. I did place these a bit poorly. There. The cargo receivers have 2 outputs on either side. But the dispatchers can only receive from one end. Which makes it easier to distribute one way and receive another. There we are. Let's see what we have available. If I scroll down to the many dispatchers I have created. You can see, by the way, I have created numbers for all of these specific dispatchers, but you don't actually need to do this. You can have 2 that are, you can have 2, you can have 3, you can have 4, you can have 5 that are called exactly the same thing. So if you just want to make one that distributes sulfur, you can just call it sulfur, and then another sulfur, and then another sulfur, and another sulfur. This is just because I like to make things inconvenient for myself. Now, there is the UP-fill. Cards on the table. I am not entirely sure how dispatching and receiving works on a feed level, so to speak. What I mean by that is the rails that I use seem to have some sort of influence, with the fastest filling the dispatchers up quick and it going into to orbit and descending again. But then something seems to happen in between the two, where it receives, it doesn't necessarily fill up. It can fill just part of a full load for no obvious reason, and I think it has something to do with how fast the materials are loaded and unloaded between the different points of between the dispatchers and the receivers. But I haven't done the math, and I haven't experimented enough to tell you in exactly what way. Please move. Thank you. The game saves every 15 minutes, by the way. Which sounds good, but you can do a lot of both good and bad in 15 minutes in this game. I have effectivized, optimized my setup as far as it possibly could. And still, I'm saying it, but still, I can do a lot in 15 minutes that I will regret having to do all over again. If something happens within those 15 minutes. And things that are inconvenient can happen because gameplay-wise, the player character works the same as it does in Satisfactory, with them dying and then returning to a place of convenience. You can actually create the place of convenience in this game. In this game, it's called the regeneration chamber. But functionally speaking, it also penalizes you in this game. And you lose some, I think, between 20 and 30% of your inventory if you do die, and you have to go back and get it, which, depending on how you die, can be extremely inconvenient. Even more so when you are engaging with one of the few moments of actual story within this game, which I'll get to later if I run out of anything else to talk about. Let's see. Uber filament, yes. You are in the way there. We have 96,000 points of energy in the grid, using 7,205. Okay. Another thing I appreciate with this game is it doesn't, whether or not the machines are running,
Necesito agua.
don't affect the energy consumption, just their existence. I don't know if that will change in the future, but for now, it's one of the things that I think balances, again, between consumption and between inconvenience and convenience to make the game more engaging. For me, it's a good thing. And I forgot, I like to label my things. Let's see, this was an Ubi Fill 2, which I want this to be a Uber filament receiver. That is why I call it a UB-Rec 2. Again, you don't actually need to do this, it's just the way I like to do it. Now, as we move between the different factories, because I am sure I will need to set up a few dispatchers. I think I've added a few more than I already need, so maybe I don't, but I'm sure we will need this to meet the other factories, and we will see some beautifully crafted Art Nouveau of railways on my other factories. But it's not entirely necessary to create a specific line for every single one of these things, so long as you keep your math in mind. In 10 seconds, this consumes 2 Uber filament, 2 reinforced frames, 1 goethite lattice, and 1 plastic dust. If we ignore the Uber filament, because, well, let's include it. We have 2 plus 2, that's 4, 4, 5, 6. That means in 6 seconds it consumes 6. In 10 seconds it consumes 6 pieces of 6 resources, basically. There's 10 seconds to there's 60 seconds to a minute, so 6 times 6 equals 36. That is 36 items per minute. And yeah, the 480 pieces per minute railway can absolutely do that. I don't know if this is cheesing the game or not, but it does make the railways a lot more pretty than the absolutely terrifying messes of wires that can be done as well. There. Let's see. Now, about the lines, like I said, you can't change what type of rail that you're using, but you can, interestingly, do this. If you right-click, you can make the pillar stand either in the intersection of 4 plates or in the middle of 1 plate. And that extends to most of the machinery as well. You can have even or you can have odd numbers of intersections and numbers of plates beneath them, with some exceptions. What happened there? Oh, right, this has been running. Now, about how the railways work. Let's see here, we have 31 Uber filaments here currently, and 31 and 30 and 31 and 31. Now, the rails, the way the rails work is they want to evenly distribute across an area and across the entire network what they have available to provide. And suddenly we just have 2 Uber filaments, so we have probably already consumed what that factory is ready to
Necesito
deliver.
agua.
That bodes poorly. But yeah, the game hates having unused materials on the railways. So what it likes to do is fill up one of these cubes. You can fill them in stacks of 100. 100 Uber filaments will go here, 100 reinforced frames, and so on. And when it reaches 100 Uber filaments, it will start to stack them in here instead. And when it reaches 100 in there, the receiver will shut down. It really
I'm so
does
hungry,
not
I
like.
feel sick.
It really does not like having the materials freely available on the railway. And that is because the rails actually calculate themselves where, how, and why. Maybe not why, but they constantly calculate how best to evenly distribute the available resources across the whole path. That is something Satisfactory does not do. It loves to put resources on the conveyor belts and just leave them there. I have these, and then I wanted reinforced frame. Oh, I need one more. I don't know why the devs decided to do this, but just from an aesthetic standpoint, I really appreciate it. Okay, so we have 4 receivers now. Now we need a reinforced frame receiver. Let's see. Rhine. Raifra. Making this a RF Rec 2. There. Now it starts working, and then we will find a Goethite lattice receiver. Oh. We don't have one available, so let's go to the Goethite lattice factory. But before we do that, let's head to the Uber filament factory. This is another quality of life change that I wish the devs would do. The names of the teleporters, they are the names and orders and all of that of the teleporters. You can't really change them aside from the most recent change is the one at the bottom. And so if you were to go back and either dismantle a teleporter or change the name, that would jump down to the bottom of the list as well. But other than that, you can't sort them by name or distance or closeness to one another or anything like that. And I really want the devs to change that, because having to look through this entire unsorted list is a real drag. But let's get back to it. Reserve, plastics, powerium, which is raw oil. I'm pretty sure powerium does not exist in real life. Uber filament, here we are. Here we are. The issue is the epoxy. Then let's head to the epoxy. And it saves. Not yet. But I am about to make an... But this is where I finish it. Have fun reading that back later. Because you'll definitely watch this far. Oh! This is another thing that keeps you engaged. You have to actually feed and keep your character healthy. Epoxy was down here somewhere, I'm pretty sure. Okay. Synthetic resin. Somewhere. Substance, no. Superconductors. No, it's much earlier, I remember now. Sulfur springs, synthetic silicone, synthetic resin, here we are. It's calcite sheets. I did not expect that, so let's move down to calcite. Let's see. Turbines, chemicals, ceramics. Did I miss it? Stators, batteries, generators, calcium spring, here we are. I call all of the original ore locations for springs. Titanium springs, wolfram springs, calcium springs. It doesn't actually help me when everything is jumbled like that, but, you know. I am... Okay. Okay. Oh, now I see. It's the calcium powder. The calcium powder is eating away at all of this. Now, there is a quick and dirty solution that you can do, other than creating more miners, obviously. And that is, you can change the priority of the process. The higher the priority, the more the factory will focus its delivery towards that place. Right now, the calcium powder is eating away pretty much all calcium produced in this area, but I want it to currently go to calcite sheets. So, change the priority. Are we attacked? Where are you? Oh. Let's disinfect you. Oh! You don't need to be disinfected, and neither do you. You know if they need to be disinfected by whether or not you get the option, basically. But a good clue is that they are luminous like this thing was, and not slowly fading back to normal colors. Okay, so you see, by putting a high priority on this thing, more calcium blocks are shifted to this thing than to other areas. Putting another high here. Another thing you can do is put a high priority on the storage depot. That, because I've connected it to these other storage depots. So now, rather than sending the calcium blocks down that way, it will prefer to send them this way. But you know what? I think I am going to change this a little bit and add another smelter to create some more calcium blocks too. I want to talk about power generation a little bit, if I may. When you start out, this is the only source of power that you have, the Mark 1 solar generator, the solar generator V2. After that, you eventually get the V2, and then the wind turbine V1. Look at the output. This outputs 10 points of power, this outputs 140, and this 1200. I don't know what kind of magical energy conversion mathematics they have discovered in the future, but it's just a little bit funny to me that a slowly turning wind turbine is supposedly more powerful than a solar panel that is bombarded by a exploding star every 5 minutes. Also, let it be known I realized that this is just a quick and dirty fix, because this consumes 2 pieces of calcium ore. Let's see, it's actually 60 pieces of calcium ore per minute, and this creates 4. I thought it was... Oh, I can optimize the hell out of this, but I don't want to rebuild this entire thing, so for now I'm just going to create 1 more smelter to deal with this build up. You know what? I'm gonna disconnect this entirely. You are no longer at high, and nor is you. Okay, so I didn't do more than those 2. Okay, good to know. No. Can't fit a version 2 storage depot there, so I'll use a storage depot level 1 instead. This is another thing that does confuse me, lore-wise. Satisfactory does have a few... I mean, both of these games have a few compromises between realism and gameplay mechanics to make them engaging. One of them is... There we are. Yeah, disconnect you. One of these disparities is the storage depots. Normally it's just a matter of size, not in StarRupture. You also need to specify what you want the depots to receive. With the depots being unable to receive to receive multiple things, it has to be one specific thing. I don't know if we are supposed to believe there is some kind of material conversion or energy conversion or something, so having multiples would corrupt the output teleporter style or something like that. I don't know what the lore is, but I do know it's only level 3 storage depots that can receive multiple items. And that is so high up that I still have not unlocked it. You are putting out 60 per minute, and you are consuming 60 per minute. Okay. Connecting y'all together again. There. Just vampiring a little bit off of that. But yeah, this is one of the symptoms of the procedure that I talked about earlier. This produces 60 blocks of calcium per second. All of these consume another block per second, and I have made 1, 2, 3 of them, and Okay. The reason I've done this, obviously taking more resources, creating these systems that clearly takes more resources than I have made available, is because I started with one system. Let's say it was the calcium sheets, and then when that was full and I didn't need it for anything, I just made another offshoot that created calcium powder using the calcium blocks that weren't available. And I have done that same thing in all of my factories, which is why, even though it is constantly expanding and it is constantly producing and adding more resources all of the time, it still consumes way too... and it still happens that there are too little materials to work with. And that is on me. It could be rectified, but then we would not... we would not be able to do all of that in this one video. Which reminds me, I need to clear some space on my hard drive, so I'm going to stop this recording here, but I'll immediately continue. And I'm back, I think. Yes, I am. Okay. Nearly 1 terabyte of video data has gone to the fishes. Oh, and I'm going to speed it up by adding this, and I'm sure these will activate again eventually when other factories need more stuff, so I'll effectivize them as well. That's right, all of you just head in there to the Calci. There, okay, quick and dirty solution fixed. Please save so we can get on with business. Now this is what I'd like to say, that we are going to speed through all of this, because I am done talking about mechanics now and can just get back to just playing the game. And I have set up everything in such a way that it should work perfectly. But playing for 180 hours, I have also experienced that I will be surprised about something. Something I didn't consider, something I forgot, just something. I have 40 pieces of Uber filament, then that should start improving pretty soon. Now, Goethite lattice is where we needed to go. Goethite spring. Goethite lattice, here we are. And the reason I'm not making those at the Goethite spring is because unlike the titanium materials, they need multiple other materials to be created. Here we are. Lattice. You are working. You are... So whatever factory this is going to, that is saturated, so it can't receive anymore. So whatever, so all that this factory is putting out is going straight to the GoLat 1. But let's see how much it consumes. In 20 seconds we have 8 pieces of lattice vanishing. And this produces 2 pieces every 3 seconds. 1, 2, 3. 3 times 6. Okay, I have optimized this to create 60 lattices a minute, so point being, we can steal from here and it should not affect things too badly at this point. The next time I play this game, hopefully without the addictive qualities, because this is the equivalent of smoking a loaf of cigarettes to make sure you never get addicted.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
Fuck. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. Please, please, please. No. This is another thing that I don't like. When you have to build pillars in this fashion, it's a gamble whether or not the ground will allow you to connect them or not. So even though they 100% should be connected... Oh, okay, it did let me. Good. Now... There. You, and I don't think you would be necessary. There. There we are. You. Ah, here it will be a gamble. Yeah. You see? Ground will not allow me to connect, and yet when I put it here, it says that I need something there. Now let's hurry before Raptura decides to fry us. Ooh, we are in a hurry. More of a hurry than I actually need to be. There is no cheese. 15 seconds. Crud.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact. StarRupture has started. Hide.
And that is why the game is called StarRupture. Anyway. And it's not because we are circling a planet called a star called Ruptura. And we are rupturing celestial bodies for mining purposes.
Extreme temperature detected.
It is because the Raptura keeps on exploding for no obvious reason. Let's see now. I will not be able to build because I'm pretty sure the base core will be overheated. So let's make that an intermission point. If a base core can be overheated, then I'll pause and just wait for it to cool down. And then return later. I'm really not sure about this one. That would be a quality of life
Planetary temperature returning to normal.
change that I would appreciate. Seeing at a distance whether or not the cores are overheated or not. I mean, I know I can see it on the map, but I'd like to be able to look at the numbers without having to stand directly next to the thing. But hey, this did not overheat, so that's good. Oh, I have plenty of room to work with here. That's lovely. Oh, no, oh, that was close. On occasion, I could technically go outside, point the deconstruction gun at the building, and just deconstruct everything in it all at once. But on occasion, when doing that, whatever has been built inside has a tendency to remain. There are a couple of places in the game where we have free-floating windows just resting in the air that I can't remove no matter how hard I try. We'll see if we can spot one of them later on. Okay. So you would be GoLat free. There we are. Oh, crud. Yeah, this is an issue. The scaffolding is overheated. I'm not entirely sure where heat shields are in relation to this scaffolding, but looking at the numbers, I think they may be close, so I really hope I don't... I happen to know that in-game, the map is about 5 kilometers side to side, so I really don't think it's possible for the heat shields to be in the other direction from the scaffolding, but let's see. I just realized there is a way to cheese all of this. a teleporter with its own base, with its own base core, placed outside the area of influence of machinery, and play with no machinery placed inside its area of influence. Yeah, I know where I am. It's over there. That is where it is. No, it's over there. Right. I figured this is as good a place as any to talk about the story of the game. The premise is pretty simple. It's basically industrial Edge Runner. No, Edge Runner, Blade Runner. Humanity has achieved a level of technology where not only can we travel the stars, but our bodies are completely replaceable. However, this technology is controlled by Uber corporations that own entire planets and effectively running the whole damn universe. And we are we are branded as criminals. I think we have a few. There's 4 characters, each with their own backstories, but they don't really come up at any point, so I haven't bothered remembering any of it. Let's see. Okay. I can't see what, and I can't see it. I am probably able to see that in one of the regeneration chambers, because I can switch characters if I so want there. But yeah, basically we are corporate-owned slaves that have been sent across the galaxy to this specific planet to mine it for resources, officially. But unofficially, there's also stuff going on here that the corporation does not want the public to know, specifically in regards to the engine. Raptura is a terraformed planet, with the engine being created by a previous corporation that this corporation was at war with. Let's see, let, go away, let free. GL rec free. And whilst exploiting the environment, they want us to find out what exactly the company in question was up to. Mind you, that's a very rough approximation of the story, because we are only fed it bits and pieces through either recovered documents or audio logs or things like that. There are plenty of destroyed bases all across the map that we have to uncover, and that's where we find the various blueprints for the various machinery as well. However, as far as the overarching story is concerned, pretty much just entering the engine has been what matters so far. But there is some sort of corporate mystery going on behind the scenes that we, being disposable being disposable sacks of meat filament or biofilament get to experience because, well, we can't contact anyone aside from the corporation that we are indentured to. I think we are indentured to the government, and that is why we can offer our services to various corporations, but it is very hard to keep track of. And
Necesito agua.
plastic dust, plastic dust. Press, pumps. Okay. Heading to plastic factory. I just hope I can. Plastic dust. Oh, it's just 300 meters away. I can run there. That is another thing I appreciate with this game. It seems to have gotten distance relatively correct.
The Ruptura is in its stable stage. The climate of Arcadia is returning to normal.
I'm so hungry I feel sick.
Are you the plastic dust factory? I don't think you are, but... Superconductor, okay. Electromagnets and supermagnets. I wonder what may be happening over there. Ion infuser, I think. Ion injector, right. Okay, now it should be cool enough for me to just teleport there. Plastic dust, 154 meters. I take back what I said. Here we are, and... Huh. I haven't set up a single dispatcher for plastic dust. Well, let's just fix that right away. Another demonstration for how the railway system works. I have connected them to these three dispatchers now, but because I haven't specified what the dispatchers should be receiving, nothing is happening. But once I put in the plastic dust, here they come. And they fill up. Oh, sorry. And they fill up until they reach 100 points. And then it stops with nothing out on the rail again. Platypus. Platypus 1. Platypus 2. Platypus 3. There. Now we should have a decent buffer not to have to return to this in the extremely nearby future, at least. And we can finally finish the scaffolding. By the way, Uber filaments 46. Well, here's hoping the next recipe doesn't require scaffolding to use first thing. There we are. PD Rec 1. There. Now, the plastic dust should start coming down, and these 10 machineries should start shooting out scaffolding. And while this is working, we will return to somewhere with a fully furnished
Necesito agua.
habitat. So we can take a look at what's next. A quantum tranquilizer. And of course we need super magnets, ion stabilizers. I have created those. Plastic dust, have an overflow of that, so this should not be an issue. Quantum tranquilizer. Okay, we need 500 plastic dust, 300 super magnets, and 300 ion stabilizers. So let's start with the super magnets because I'm curious what's going on over there. Okay. Sulfuric acid. Oh, I can fix this. I can fix this quick. Let's see, where are you? That's where sulfuric acid should be coming down. Remember I said I haven't made more than... No, I haven't really expanded upon the resource nodes. Oh, I need more intermediate base material building stuff. Well, that's not entirely true. I made a few reserves for titanium, wolfram, and sulfuric acid because at this stage in the game, these are the ones that tend to run out. I have experienced across the last 30 hours of playing. So, let's see. Sol. Sulfres. Here we have Solac. Solaki res. No? Yes, Solaki res. That stands for sulfuric acid reservoir or reserve. And we are calling this one SAR Rec 2. That should start solving that issue. And while we wait for this machinery to start working, you are connected some. Oh yeah, you're connected over there. We are going to put this on pause for now and return to this later.
I'm so hungry I feel sick.
Oh, shut your face. I kind of regret having so much food now, all of a sudden, and because I kind of wanted to include that. Let's see. It's this one, yes. You are going over here, so... There. they should start shooting out super magnets. Unless I run out of chemicals. I've tried optimizing that, but I think I need to build a whole new factory for that, and I don't have time for this at this point because I want I want to make it to the end, and I want you there with me. Let's see. Is it ion injectors or plastic dusts? Let's head for the plastics for now. I miss you, Receptica. I miss playing Helldivers with you. Okay. Yes, here we are. 1,
Gotcha.
2, 3, 4, 5. And I have nothing. I have no habitat here, and I don't want to build one. So let's head back to Titanium Spring and put the plastic in. Put the plastic in the recipe maker. There's a 1950s housewife joke in there somewhere, but we'll leave it. And we needed... Oh, I needed 600 plastic dusts. Okay, but let's go to the ion stabilizer first. Oh yeah, I set this up right now. And plastics, and then have to stand around and wait a bit for super magnets, but I'm not going to let you suffer through that. I'll be the only one suffering, thank you. It didn't actually take nearly as long as I thought it would, which is a good thing, because it means that not only can I
Nice.
yank these, I can also turn this on, and wherever these are going will hopefully be up and running quick, fast. I don't have anything here. Yes, I do. I do. There we are. Now, let's construct a quantum tranquilizer. Oh, wait a minute. That's one recipe unlocked, and I'm 11% there. That should mean 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. It's just 9 recipes. I know that sounds like a lot, but trust me, after all of this, that's nothing. That's absolutely nothing. It's not a goddamn thing. God, I have an erection. Okay, quantum tranquilizers. Let's find an appropriate place to build quantum tranquilizers. In game, I wonder how big these squares are supposed to be. Considering how far away I don't know, when I was trying to reach the plastic area, the plastic factory, it felt a lot like I ran a lot further than, according to the map, I did. No, it looked like I ran a lot further than the map suggested. Oh, I forgot to get these. Can I... Okay. Give me a second. And And we back. Now, let's see. The other base core's right over there, and the teleporter is right over there. It's making scaffoldings. So, let's... There. Let's take a look. Scaffolding is 131 meters away. And on the map, that is that distance. Oh. Can you see how butt-assing it would be to cover this entire area without teleporters? But now I am curious how other players solved that little issue. But that is not my main concern right now. Okay, so far they are good and far away. Hopefully they stay that way. But they are not my main concern at the moment. There are several types of vermin, as I'm sure you've noticed by now. And there is one you haven't... There are a few that you haven't seen yet. There is a major one that I happen to know likes to spawn in this area. And I really hope it doesn't show up right now at the most inconvenient of times. Here's one. It's not the one I was worried about though. So.
Was that all of them?
That's a clue that I've noticed, by the way. When the character comments something like that. Was that all of them? Or easy, WP, GG, or something like that. That is a signal to let us know that that is the last of the vermin in the immediate area that I need to concern myself with. So it's good to have that in the back of my head. Constructionizer. Let's see. Quantum tranquilizer. 1 in 12 seconds. That would mean 12 of these. I'm not going to let you suffer through that, don't you worry. I am going to... Crap! Where are you, you little shit? Oh. I see them in the grass.
Changing mags.
That all of them? Okay. About the firearms, there are 4 different kinds of firearms to choose from, at least at this early stage in the game. It may change as the game is further developed. You know what? I'm going to make the assumption that we don't need a lot of quantum tranquilizers, and I'm just going to make 3 constructivizers to create that. Alright, this bullshit. This, right here, this bullshit. You've entered a red fern. Touching this plant causes damage and drains your energy. And, unfortunately, they can only be built across when they have been burned off by a Raptura eruption. On the one hand, I would like some kind of tool to get them away myself, but on the other, considering the planet does it for me, I don't know how necessary it would be. Okay. Why? There we are. And can I build? Yes. Okay. So I just had to move it a little bit and squeeze it right in here. There we are. Quantum tranquilizer. Quantum tranquilizer. By the way, who are we tranquilizing? Nyarlathotep?
Was that all of them?
That suggests it was, but let's not tempt fate, shall we? Quantum tranquilizer, quantum tranquilizer, quantum tranquilizer, yes. And you need 4. Oh. Nope. Never mind what I said, apparently. I have only 3, so I can just place this here without needing any railway connectors or anything. Oh, without needing any railway connectors or anything like that. We just need basic as vanilla V1 rails. And I think I'm just gonna make 1 cargo dispatcher for this one. I will return to it and make more should I need to, but I'd like to make the assumption that I won't need to. Quatra. One of my neighbors' dog. One of my neighbors had a dog called Quattro. I haven't thought about him for a while. It doesn't need to be my dogs, I just love dogs in general. Freeze. There we are. One. 2, you're in the way. 3 and 4. Let's put a 5-way connection here and just connect all of them to it. Another quality of life improvement I'd like to see, the way these things connect is a little bit janky. And sometimes you need to fiddle, not with where you place the buildings, but the direction you place the cables, the railings at. And I'd really like for it to be, well, not like that. Split you in 3. So, first factory took maybe an hour, hour and a half to set up. This took about 10 minutes. Let's see. SA Rec 10. That shortening sounds so very horrible. Plastic dust. PD Rec 2. Super magnets. There was only one. Yeah, I need to go and build another super magnet dispatcher, but first, ion stabilizer. I think I have one of those available. Did it say ion stabilizer or ion injector? Ion stabilizer. Okay, I need to set up Bovials. There we are. There. I think I'm gonna pull a dirty and prioritize this one. Let's see. Submag 2. And I think instead of having one of these massive V2 deposits. I'm just going to use a small 4-piece deposit. Actually, no, I dare not. Whenever I assume that I won't need as many as I do, it usually turns out I do. I know the alphabet. SM Rec 2. And ion stabilizer, right.
I'm so hungry I feel sick.
No, you're not. You've only just started feeling hunger, you piece of piss. Ion injector, right. No ion stabilizer. There we are. Let's put them over here, shall we? 1, 2, and 3. Ion stay 1. Ion stay 2. Ion stay 3. Where, there it is. Into the race car wheel we go. Oh. What was it? Quantum pacifier? Quantum tranquilizer. Still receiving magnets. Good. How many did we have so far? Not that it really matters, I'm just curious. 44 per machine, okay. That's right, ion. IS Rec 1. Now, let's leave this working. Oh no, you shits. Need to rearm.
Reloading.
Really? I don't need to disinfect this one? Impressive. Okay. Now, let's assume that all is going well here. And you can't actually build the recipe computer outside a habitat, which is a little bit annoying because I'd like to have one right next to the teleporter. Anti-radiation covers. This I want to talk about a little bit way because I could not find this thing any freaking where. And I was so tired. This was the last blueprint I needed. I just wanted to know where it was. So, went to the StarRupture interactive map, easily available through Google search, and looked for it. I thought it was here. It was not.
Ruptura activity detected.
It was here.
I recommend finding a safe place.
Having to travel this way on foot all the way up here, thinking it was here, because I haven't unlocked all the map as you can see, so I just assumed it was somewhere around here, only to realize no, it was way over here. Pretty much on the other side of the map. That was fun. It was actually a bit of an adventure though, and it is hidden in a really cool place, so, you know, not too upset about it in retrospect. I'm just saying, what a journey it was. Okay, let's take this again. Anti-radiation covers. 300 pseudo-rubbers, 500 reinforced frames, 500 reinforced housings. Don't ask me the difference between the two. I dare not travel anywhere until the sun has exploded, so let's just wait for that. And here we are, looking for reinforced housing. Because we live in Tornado Valley or something, I don't know.
That's just what I need.
I'm pretty sure it was 5, yes. Yes, and then reinforced frame. Reinforced frames, yes! Just steaming on ahead. Now, please let the pseudo-plastic sensors receptacle researcher fuck me sideways with a pillow. Whatever it is. Please let it be available. Not plastics, pseudo-rubber. I don't think heat shields is too far away from the pseudo-rubber. May it be over yonder? I think it just might be so. You are an ion thing, magic. Okay, can I... If I cool down the turbine... Maybe I can find a clue. Let's see. Pseudo-rubber installation is 239 meters away now. Earlier, I think it was closer. Came from there. No, from there. So, is it there, maybe? That sound? Oh, it's these things. Okay. Plastics. And 30 meters away now. Okay, so I'm getting closer. May it be this? Here we are, you beautiful son of a min. Another 3 dispatchers. Base core overheated, right. Cheese on a breast. Oh right, I don't actually need to send it anywhere yet. I
just what I need.
300 of these. Then I can return to it later. Okay. Anti-radiation covers. Oh, hello. Oh, right. I need more ammo.
Changing mags.
No, I could just do this.
Warning.
I'm collecting these because they can be sent away for research points.
Warning.
Don't-
Monolith activity detected.
Yeah. I don't actually know if I need any more research points than I already do. Than I already have.
Who's next?
Well, I'm already thinking about it, I may as well, you know? Okay, ground will not let me take that up. Pick that up.
Raptura status stable. Arcadia status stable.
There we are. Oh! Okay. Everything was running red. I thought it was something wholly different going on. It's just the sun rising. Well, not rising. Now isn't this an invasion attempt? And it's actually making some headway. That's bad. There's one.
No vermin signatures detected.
Reloading.
Well, lovely billisks. Now. Where was I? Right. Anti-radiation covers. And how many of those do I need? So at least 10. Let's make 5. But first, let's go to the pseudo rubber and set that up.
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
Another quality of life improvement I'd like to see the devs make in the game. It is possible to name the specific cores, but if I were to look on a map, it doesn't matter what its name is. I'll still be reading it as just base core. So it's not all that useful. I'd really like to be able to name my bases based on the core rather than the teleporter name. Rather than the teleporter. One, 2, and 3. StarRupture. One. There we are. Now. I am so tired. Oh yeah, the land of bullshit grass. Let's find. Let's see if I can't find some place that won't be a complete ball ache to build at. I see something over there, on that hillside. How much intermediate building material do I have left? Oh, this will work. This will be grandiosietchis, which I'm sure is a word. That's what I'm worried about. I took the whole storage this time, so I won't have to run back as often as I have been. Let's not have a whole stone castle inside the teleporter ring, shall we? Just parts of one. I wanted to make 5, I remember. One. 2. 3. 4. And 5. Okay, so why are you being a prick? Why are you not connecting? Okay, what if I do this instead? Now you connect, and you connect up there. Thank you. And you are overheating. Right. I forgot to mention that there are options to deal with the overheating other than upgrading the base core, and that is this. You can use a base core cooler, a base core amplifier to increase the capacity for the base core. However, as you can see, this specific one, the base core amplifier V1, only offers an increase of capacity by 20. An increase in capacity by 20. What you really want is the V2, which I still haven't unlocked. But I think, what was it, some 150, some 90, well, it offers more. And what you want to do is put them in a shape of, say, 9, and then put a number of pillars between them, make another level, another 9 there, another level, another 9 there, and that will reasonably increase the capacity of the tower without taking up too much space. I was not actually aware of this. It was a tip I had when I asked what the point of the amplifier was next to just upgrading the core. The point is, if you upgrade the core, it will set off the vermin. But if you just use cooling, the vermin don't care. And that is a significant advantage to cooling rather than instead of base core upgrading. However, to unlock the V2 base core amplifier, you need to upgrade the base core to level 4, or rather you need to upgrade one base core to level 4, which I have done. However, I can't find enough quartz, which is a limited resource in this game, and I simply can't be bothered looking for all the other farmable, all the other scavengeable resources that I need to create the cooling system, so I simply haven't done that. Right, this is what I'm doing. Anti-radiation cover. I need 4. Did I get the right one? Yes. Let's see now. 1. 2. 3. And 4. Okay. see. Reinforced housing, reinforced frame. 2, 3, 4, 6. 6 in 10 seconds. That's 36 per minute. Yeah. That means I can just do...
I'm so hungry I feel sick.
Shut your whiny ass mouth. One, two, three, four, 5. I'll put this here. Then I do this. One. 2. 3 and 4. And 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah, fuck. 4 and 5. You see what I meant about needing to finagle it a little bit? And you freeze. Let's see. RF Rec 3, RF Rec 3, and let's see what the hell happened with the reinforced housing. Damn it! Accidentally clicked the left button, which for some reason this game takes as clicking the right button. Accidentally clicked the right button, which for some reason the game takes as clicking the left button. Let's see. Reinforced frames, reinforced housing. There we go. Is time slowing down for you? I feel like it's slowing down for me. Aha. 1 and 2. 1, 2. Let's add another 3. 1, 2, 3. One, 2, 3, and 4. Rain how 3. Rain how 4. Rain how 5. There we are. Anti-radiation covers, blankets. Anti-radiation covers. Oh, fuck. Oh! I didn't even need it. Great. Anti-radiation. I am a bit confused about that. Why I'm given an option that I don't actually have when it says available. Let's see, reinforced housing. It's not like the parts can just go through the machines and into the thing, can they? And I don't want to start experimenting with that now. Reinforced housing.
I'm so hungry I feel sick.
Let's see. Was it a housing or frame? This is frame, though then I want housing. In rain how 3. RH Rec 3. Pseudo rubber insulator. Pseudo rubber insulator. Pseudo rubber insulator. Please make this a song. Make this a song. PR Rec. PR Rec 1. And epoxy. Always the epoxy. Always makes me nervous. Damn it. Where is it? being fed. Synthetic resin again. Okay. Let's cheat. Synthetic resin is coming in from SR Rec free. That's Synth Res free. Heading to synthetic resin again. There we are. Synth Res 2. Synth Res 3. Prioritize high. And you are being fed. Oh yeah, let's head to the sulfuric acid reserve. Sulfur reserve? No, that's wrong. Heat shields, organics, reserve sulfuric acid. There we are. Yeah, seems we remain in abundance. That is lovely to witness. One. And two. And yes, I am aware I am indeed building over what could be useful deposits of Wolfram, and that I am building inside a mountain. Leave me alone. Who invited you? Why are you here? One, two, one, and two. Let's see. Soul Res 2. Soul Res 3. Soul Res 4. Soul Res 5. Soul Res 6. Solacres, Soul Lakers. Did I... Okay. Alright, back to epoxy. No, back to synthetic resin. Right. And I wanted to go in there. Yes. So okay. There we are. StarRupture. SAR Rec 3. There. This should speed up the process somewhat. Or not. There we are. Better in the muchness. And here comes more. Okay, lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. And I needed epoxy. Yes, that's why we were here. Okay, one. Okay, all the way back yonder. Let's see, didn't I prioritize something around here? Med. Hi, here we are. Turn you off. I got you. Yeah, when something is unable to go to where it's intended, it starts beeping like that and slows down. So that's how you know something's gone wrong. I think I'm going to add another 3. Epoxy 8. Epoxy 9. Right. So 6. Here we go. How's this going? Okay, all of you are full, just epoxy left. Epoxy Rec 7. There. This is set up.
I'm detecting increased Ruptura activity. Prepare for a wave.
Yay. But I did actually finish this before it would be an aggravation around here, so, you know. One, two, and 3. Let's see. Arc 1. Arc 2. Arc 3. There we are. Impellers, mediums, there. Ooh, with 10 seconds to spare.
Ruptura's eruption has started. Prepare for impact.
I forgot. Not a critique against the devs, just a general question. For the most part, all of the materials and products have had fairly straightforward names and utilities, and overall you just immediately understand them just reading about them. I really want to know, what is this? Substance hashtag FHS-135-493. What is that?
Gotcha.
Wait, I'm not there yet. There we are. Get to it, you piece of... Okay, down there. Fuck. Oh yeah, vermin isn't the only creatures in this world, but I am kind of curious what this is supposed to be. I think it's called something like a Volpir or something. But I'm more curious who exactly came up with it and what exactly its function is. I kind of love it though. Is all of them set up for nanosyringes? No, they are not. I did halfway expect them to be. One, two, three, four. 1, 3, 4, 5. One, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3. Come on. You're as good as a third of the way through it. Just a few more hours, and you're done. One, 2, 3, 4. There we are. One, 2 applicators. App rec 3. Hardening agent. Do I have any of those available? Feels like I don't. I do not. I knew I heard something.
Reloading.
many do you consume? 6. Fuck you! That was too loud. Yeah, quick reminder, I can't build when this bullshit is bullshitting. Dog 5. Oh. Yeah, I don't know what's going on with the applicator. I was there when I was setting up the recipe. Everything looked good to me. But it occurs to me I'm gonna try doubling up the number of fabricators and see if maybe that can fix the issue. There they are. Fuck. Come on, why? Why can't you be? Why? Oh, I think maybe I have an idea. Actually, if I'm gonna try that, I may as well try this. Yeah, Fuck it. There. Now let's see. 2 paints of 2 plus 8, that's 10. 4 seconds. That's 2.5 times. No, I'm overcomplicating it. 2 plus 8 equals 10 for 4 seconds. That's 10. That's 20. That's 30. 30. 30 times 6. 30 times 6. That's no. That's 180. Okay. Hun- 180. 360. Okay. No, what am I doing? Let's see. Tubes. There. There. Okay. Let's see. Where is it? There it is. T-res-rect. T-res-rect 2. pass. Okay.
Ruptura activity detected. I recommend finding a safe place.
I think I have solved it. There. Okay. So, that is there. And... that should help. And yeah, it is definitely time to go. Nope. Let me just check. Yay! Not overheated. Isn't that speciest?
Ruptura's core is unstable. Head to safety immediately.
For just a second I thought it wasn't going to freeze. Now just imagine that with all the sound effects being synced up as well. I could do that, couldn't I? Nope. I'm scarcely contemplating adding a thumbnail to this. Let's just not.
Planetary temperature within acceptable parameters.
There we are. Okay. Okay, so I still need one more. Let's create a little buffer. T-Res, Rec 2. T-Res, Rec 3. Apparently I have made 2 of those. Well, don't exactly matter, does it? You go there. And I need one more. Doesn't necessarily have to be right next to it, so... No, sorry. My thinking is if I create a buffer between the two, then the interruption won't be as noticeable, and it can just keep on streaming tubes down without interruption. Let's fill them up first. You are filled up. Good. Close enough. there. Okay. It looks promising so far. Now, let's get some glass. Fuck! Okay, too loud again. Now, I did not set you up. Glass. Wreck 3. Just have to wait for that thing to cool. There. And if this spaghetti-o doesn't fix-io, I don't know what to do with you.
Oh, nice.
Yes, I remember.
Stable. Arcadia status. Stable.
There we are. Nano syringes coming in. Free so far. I thought maybe... Yeah, I'm gonna do this. 55. 55. 55. Oh, that explains why they... That explains it. One, two, three, four, five. Hundred. 9. Hmm?
Ha!
Arcadia 7 has finished regenerating.
There. Now, if I head back to the syringes, I can put these syringes back into circulation. But first, let's finish the setup. Oh, right. What was it? Hardening agent. HA. Nanofiber. Nanofilament.
Necesito agua.
This means that I can connect to it, it exists. I just haven't assigned what to go in there. And substance. SFHS. SFHS rec 2. Okay. Why is this going on over here? Oh, I see, that's why. NF Rec 2. NF Rec. 2. Where are you? There you are. You. Now everything should be working as it should. So let's continue chasing the next recipe, shall we? There is the applicators. How is this holding up? There comes the glass. Okay, but this is actually looking solid. There we are. And next is an airlock. Okay, heading to scaffolding. We return to the scene of the crime. $600 scaffolding. I remember something
Necesito agua.
about these not producing a whole lot. Let me out. And the issue with the nanofibers was with the Uber. Where is my Uber? Can't I call a taxi? Epoxy. Epoxy Rec 1. it's all going in here. 16 so far. Okay. It's not perfect, but it's better than it was. And let's refill 1, refill 2, refill 3, and you are, as of now, prioritized. Let's see what that does for the creation of scaffolding. Okay. It seems to be filling in Uberfilament faster than it's draining, so that's a good sign. 1 second creates... 10 seconds create 1 scaffolding. I have 10 machines. That's 60 scaffoldings per minute. Come on. Come on, fill in. There we are. 12. Okay.
I'm withering.
Fuck you.
Necesito agua.
Okay. So I take back what I said, or do I? Yeah. I take back what I said about it filling in faster than it was depleting. Let's hurry up and wait. I decided to take a look at what was needed, and it turns out I only need the scaffolding once, and it is now for the airlock. And that convinced me that I'm going to stay the course, so to speak. Because for a second I did think about shutting down early, but I really want this finished. froze. Of course it did. The end is never the end, the end is never the end, the end is never the end. Mitt huvud. I was going. There is so much left. I love this game so much, but it's a toxic relationship. I persevere. I attempt. There's always more. I'm at a free. I have a black card for Subway, and no one to tell me no. Just keep building more and more and more and more. These tiny little things I'm mounting to an end based not on finality or catharsis. Just depletion. I got it all. I unlocked the vein. StarRupture is by far the single best base builder game I have ever played. Ever. It combines everything. A world that's too assing big. Pieces that all need to fit together. It keeps you on your toes with alien attacks and the destruction of the world at the shift of every day, the survival aspect of needing to forage. It forces your mind to pick apart why something does or doesn't work. encourages you towards perfection and actually makes it achievable, and more than anything, it just keeps on going and going and going. It is the most beautiful, awe-inspiring, interactive entertainment application program I have ever played, that just keeps on going and going and going, and yet there is an end in sight always. There is more to do, but limited still, always. Just on and on and on. But I can't keep going. I can't keep going like this. It eats away at everything. I don't sleep. I don't wash. I neglect my chores. Addictive doesn't begin to describe this game. It's an absolute blessing to have discovered and know that it is unfinished. But this is just update point 2. There is more to it. It's so incredibly beautiful, and yet I can't. I can't. Thank you all for watching. I have been keen but shy. I 100% recommend you play StarRupture. It is an absolutely amazing game. It will frustrate you, it will satisfy you, it'll compel you back for more. It's absolutely perfect. It's absolutely perfect.